It is by the grace of the Lord that we are gathered here today to celebrate the importance of our country. We are, as you know, English. And thus, as Union Jack flies up in the air, we celebrate the good graces of our Queen. Let us always remember... Do British people put their hands on their heart? I don't know. Let us always remember... that we are the empire that expanded across the seas. I'm sorry. I know we have some British people here in the chat, and they're all like, oh my god, who is this guy? Hello, everyone. I am Manakyn. Welcome to the stream. How are you all doing today? Yeah, we're playing some British Phoenix Wright today. Well, we're starting in Japan. I had a great time yesterday playing some Phoenix Wright. So great that I didn't even turn off my Wii. Did I just call it a Wii? My Switch. Am I old? Alright, that's enough British. Or the king. Speaking of which, why is it not God Save the King? What happened to the king? Why is the queen, like, more relevant than the king? That's something I don't actually know the answer to. British people in the chat, I need your help. This is plus 18. Yeah, what is it? Having more than like 12, 13 people, usually, like, I haven't had that for a while. So welcome everyone who are here to watch me play the British version of Phoenix Wright. Feminism, yes, it was the feminism of the 1850s. To be fair, feminism first started gaining appeal, mass appeal in like 1890, so that's only like 40 years off or so. England had a lot of ruling queens. That is true. I'm just saying, the kings probably died, and every single correlation there, if you notice, all the kings that died, they generally had a queen. I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying. If you notice, every husband that has died was married to a wife. I'm not making any implications here, okay? But just hear me out. Hey, how's it going, everyone? So let's say hi to everyone who's here. Hey, Bowser. Hey, Kioma. Hey, Arcade. Hello, Randy. Hello, Celestial. Hello, Kioma. Hello, Ralph. Raffo. I'm gonna call you Raffo. The origins of feminism date back to 18th century, so the 1700s? Do you mean 18th century or the 1800s? Because those are different things, and I always confuse the two. So I'm going to assume that everyone makes the same mistake as I do. Anyway, we're playing British Phoenix Wright. I'm super excited to play more. Are you guys excited to play more? Ah, man. I've been looking forward to this. Last time we left off, let's see here. Console. Which case am I on? The very first one. Well, the 6th one in theory. Do we count the one on the ship as a case? This case is super fun. This case is very fun. But I haven't been able to do my British accent yet. Well, except for Jezile Bread, I suppose. Oh, shut up! All right. Last time, our best friend, well, I am Susato Mikotoba, aka Ryutaro Naruhodo. I'm defending my best friend and possibly lover, Rei Membami. who is accused of killing Jezile Brett, who was convicted of killing John Wilson, who is not pictured here. This man has a turtle on his head. Soseki Natsume is now eaten up his fame. This is a very blind playthrough, as blind as possible. Almost like Jezile Brett with the mask on. Yeah, so we got he's only 30. I gotta say, to be like a chief inspector at the age of 30. Then again, people died at like the age of 50 in this era, so. So, yeah. Yeah, and here's our cutie patootie best friend. And we are accusing a man called Writing Many Memos. I don't remember what his Japanese... I just remember the pun. Writing Many Memo. We are about to accuse a journalist, because we all know those journos are here looking for some scoops. And so our evidence of the fact that it's a journo is we got this picture. Notably, we will never be able to see Jezile Brett's eyes. I'm sure she has some beautiful eyes to complement her lovely, beautiful beauty. She didn't deserve it. She didn't deserve it. Soseki's alliterations. So here we got Rei Membami. Supposedly, this is when she stabbed her. We believe that this is when she actually pulled out the knife. And notably, we have this little crack here on the camera, which we also noted that was here on this picture. We're going to have to listen to these guys again. But yeah, there's the little crack on the camera over here. This is the best game of the series. I know this is the most recent game, too. I haven't played Dual Destinies or the one with the psychologist. I think that one was Dual Destinies. I haven't played the one where Maya is grown up yet still an idiot. 13th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber, number 3. Oh, you don't have to be sorry. I know it was in your best interest. Well, yeah, I know you were scared. Ray hid the fact that there was stolen poison from the laboratory, and for some reason, a forensic science laboratory is developing poison, which is a little bit questionable, but yeah. I'm sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Spirit of justice, thank you. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That is why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. I too make strike 9 in your spare time. Of course you do. Resident chemist. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you would always love me no matter what happened. I didn't say that. Well, maybe that was what I imagined you saying. No, I didn't say that. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. Oops. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! Step on me! Yes! Do it! No! That's too good for me as well! Drag me through the sea! Okay, now she's just revealing all her fetishes. Drag me through the city streets and tell the world what a bad girl I am. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato. I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side. Okay, I'm gonna be real here. This is some pansy ass crap right now. Last night, I dreamt that you were hanging from a cliff and I couldn't reach you, so I need to apologize to you in real life. Last night, I had a hamburger in my hand, and I had a dream where I could have shared it with you, but I didn't. That was a failure on my part. Girl, it's cool. I betrayed your faith in me too. Susato she's functionally like attached to the hip of Ryunosuke. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Have we met the writer? I'm pretty sure we're about to. Which is why I can see it more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive you? Forgive me. Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. Oh, the power of friendship. It touches me so. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison! Well now, whatever do you mean? Then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. And before collapsing onto the floor in front of me, with the knife in her back. Susato is best character. Well, no, she's second after Iris. It all happened last night, right before my eyes. Right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. You forgot about 50 slurs? What, you want me to say? Oh, you pompous scallywag of a numpty! You're no better than my blimey blokes who... You bore me! Strap me to a guillotine and let me hang across Big Ben! A great mystery indeed. Your mother is a hamster, and your father worked with this bloody parrot of a numpty! I still can't believe it happened. That's why I couldn't bring myself to speak up. It'll be all right. however it happened, and whatever really went on the sea and by the sea that day. Just don't let her start talking about cigarettes. And your father smelled of elderberry. I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. After this game, I should check out the game Oh Sir, the insults. Maybe I will. If the insults are like that. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We should make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison's going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. Those aren't real words. Every chemist knows that those words are made up. The police won't have any way for testing it. Oh, I see. The iris from this game, yes, the little child gene. You know, I was just thinking of the dichotomy of children. That sounds really weird. In 1850, children are have specialized medical degrees, are inventors, are accomplished writers, and are just functionally geniuses. And in the 21st century, children don't know how to say computer. Miss Maya, what's a computer? Yes, without this chemical reagent, it is impossible to detect the toxin. To be fair, that child didn't grow up around technology. You know, that is true. Iris was growing up at the forefront of... So, literally what you're saying is, if Pearl had grown up somewhere else, she would be a super genius too. This game is 1890, is it? It's the turn of the century? When did the World Fair happen? Because I know that's coming up. Was that 1900? Hold on. I'm actually going to look this up for historical accuracy. London World Fair. The Great Exhibition. No, the Great Exhibition took place in London, 1851. I mean, I don't know if this game adheres to real-world timelines, but real-world timeline, this would be 1851. 1920, I think that was Chicago's World Fair. Chicago World Fair. No, that was 1890. 1893 was the World's Columbian Exposition, also known as the Chicago World Fair. So that was 1893. I cannot believe we are doing historical research right now. Meanwhile, the London World Fair, and if I remember correctly, they had like some sort of like fancy glass tower. The Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace was a cast iron and plate glass structure built in Hyde Park, London to house the Great Exhibition of 1851. So we don't know because this game might not adhere to real world timelines, but if we're going by real world timelines, the 1851 World Fair was mentioned having passed. Oh, is that so? Okay, so, I mean, who knows? We're all over the place. Didn't Ferris show off his wheel? I think that was in Chicago, wasn't it? I don't know. I don't remember history. When was the last time I took a history class? 3rd grade? Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though. Just in case. It tastes very good. Wait, drink it? A special indicator solution. Ooh, that might be helpful for looking for poison. Hold on. This is Meiji era Japan, which was late 1860s to 1912. I mean, late Meiji, I mean, if we're talking about like the Meiji Restoration, right? Meiji Restoration. That, in theory, that's historically that started around the end of the Great War, which was ended around 1600. Now, late Meiji. Now, the actual Meiji Restoration. No. Sorry. I'm talking about the Edo period, right? The Edo period ended there. Now, the Meiji Restoration occurred in 1860. God, I'm getting confused. You guys are making me confuse all my history. Hold on. Okay, so let me make sure I get all my little ducks in a row here. Okay, so the Meiji Restoration occurred during a major influx of culture. It was the end of the Edo period. So the Edo period was the period that came before right after the Great War was the Edo period, which was the return of colonial style rule after the war with the big giant civil war, let's just say. Okay. The Meiji Restoration occurred around 1860. Well, let's say after 1860, and it was a big influx of culture and like theater and like stories and art, because one of the big things that happened was there was a lot of Western influence. So if we're talking about the World Fair occurred, I think it was 1851 in London. So that was in theory before the big surge of Westernization. So Japan didn't exist until USA discovered it in 1904. Thank you. That was an excellent contribution. Okay, let's see what you guys are gonna say. There was a mention of some taxes that would put it between 1906 and 1912. They mentioned the window tax. Oh, the window tax is a pretty old one. Window tax. Yeah, so the window tax was removed in 1850, if I remember correctly. It was first put in at the turn of the century. I think it's 1700s. I think. I'm looking it up right now. It was first introduced in 1896 in Wales, so 1700. It was repealed in 1850. Yeah, so it was repealed in 1850s. So it would be after 1850. I'm doing more research than Ubisoft. The US was trading with Japan in the 1800s. Yes, that's true, right? So, what is it? Okay, so we're going to go... Okay, so we got Sengoku, then we got Edo. After the Edo, there was a big Westernization movement, which occurred after 1850. In 1850, by the way, Meiji Restoration, for those of you who are curious, that's where we get our modern-day portrayal of ninjas. The idea that ninjas turned invisible and disappeared in smoke and would teleport places. That was a lot of that. A lot of Naruto was influenced by Meiji Restoration literature and art and stuff like that. So fun fact for you guys. Anyway, so I still can't believe Japan was discovered by two people. Yes. There were two men, right? There was Jonathan Nee and Frederick Pond, right? Jonathan Nee and Frederick Pond. That's why when they discovered Japan, they named it Nee Pond, right? So that's the history of Japan. That's not true for anyone taking that as reality. Can we turn? No, we have to figure this out. Welcome to the Manakyn channel, where we're always off topic. Give me a moment. Okay. You'll never forget the knee pawns. It wasn't until 1903 that Soseki began. When was Cat written? When was Cat written? Oh, that is a really good point. Okay. I am a cat. It was published in 1905. Okay, that's a really good reference. Okay, so that's actually a good reference right there. Okay, Soseki isn't his proper age. Dang it! Okay, so that's a bad reference. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. Okay. Okay, so Soseki. Oh wait, so I know that Soseki returned. Soseki Britain. Okay, we know when he returned from his. Yeah, so he returned to Japan at the beginning of the 1900s. Yeah. So he was sent in 1900. He came back in 1902. Yeah, I'm not a historical expert, so I have these approximations of dates. So yeah, I apologize if I get dates like, oh, I say 1850 when it's actually like 1853 specifically. Soseki's family gave permission to you mean in the game? Wait, Natsume Soseki's family let them use him in the game as long as he didn't like Britain? That's actually really funny. He said he was 33 in that case, so that'd be 1900. Oh, okay, so in the game he said he was 33 in this case, so that would be 1900, which would line up with Cat, I think. Or at the very least, that lines up with when he actually went to Britain, which was 1900. And then he returned in 1902. Apparently he spent a year and a half in Britain, and then he hated every single moment of it. Like like there are records of him going insane. And then he wrote a story about a cat, so it's on brand. Okay, so 20th century is the 1900s. Yes! Oh, okay, so let's see. London World Fair. So if there was another World Fair, let's try to figure out when it happened. Okay, so it would be 1900s. Oh wait, list of World Fairs. I am on Wikipedia right now. 1900s World Fairs. Paris, New Zealand, Buffalo, Glasgow, Vienna, okay, there was the Cork International but what is it? Didn't they say there was like a glass tower? Like I remember in the Lucky Charms case, which was, what was his name? McGilded case. They talked about having like a glass tower at the World Fair. The Crystal Tower isn't real. I mean, there was an actual glass tower that was created for the World Fair. Tower World Fair. Yeah, it was called the Crystal Palace. I guess maybe they call it the Crystal Tower in this game. Yeah. But yeah, the Crystal Palace is a real thing. Yeah, mention going to see Crystal Tower. Yeah. Okay, so what we have learned today with all our research is that our research was useless. So, long story short, we cannot actually place the year of this game because it spans anywhere from, let's say, 1850 to 1920. It's somewhere around there. Still better than Ubisoft. I hope we see Yasuke in this game. Do you know Yasuke was an inventor? He actually invented the electric pen. Garadev mentions a battle he was in 1890. Oh, interesting. Oh, so there's like, it's jumbled all over the place. So there's an 1890, there's 1905, which was Cat. Then there was 1850, which is the Crystal Palace. 1880, okay, well, 1880. Okay, so He was a retired veteran. And then he unretired? Well, he went to war with his wife. Anyway... I've been ranting for so long, the game went dark to battery saving mode. This game takes place in 1989. Anyway, we tried. Honda Civic. Yasuke invented the Honda Civic. They mentioned turn of the century several times. Do they? Interesting. So maybe they moved the World Fair. Maybe they combined the World Fair of London with the World Fair of Chicago. That's possible. Anyway, let's just put it to rest and say we tried. The year is 1462 BC. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. Reminder: this is poison antidote. No, it's not antidote. It's what is it called? Reagent. This is like a poison reagent. It reacts to poison or something. It's German. So your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. I mean, English is based on German. Or it's Germanic. Couldn't you have just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. Is that true? For all you German medical experts in here with us, is that true? But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. At the time it was? Okay. Though, I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Oh, that's a good point. It's not really medicine. Also, totally random. I just realized I often say Edo period and Meiji Restoration, and I know the difference between the two, but I randomly mix them up sometimes. So I'll say like, oh yeah, after the war was the Meiji Restoration, when I actually mean Edo period, and I have no idea why I do it. It's like left and right for me. It's like I have to think for a second before I say left and right. So if I've ever said like the Meiji Restoration started in 1600, I apologize. 1462. This game took place in the Ottoman Empire. How's it going, Slip? What's the matter, Sutato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I was wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. This game isn't this game. This game occurred when all the continents were still Pangea. It was all the English woman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. The so-called English woman swanned in. And without any compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about their work on that substance there." Wow, what a piece of crap. But she's my piece of crap. The Big Bang didn't even happen. Susanoo caused the Big Bang. You know, I'd believe that. It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. Just say you're researching poison. That's it. Done. So then, Soseki-san knew about the... It was him! Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This many memo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you when you all went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Discount Haru? Okay, Ain't no discounts here, okay? Look at... She is like a 12 out of 10 perfect woman. How dare you?
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would wanted to see him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe in the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet obviously he didn't go back. He followed the party to the beach and took this photo. Manakyn approves of racism. I will say, I forgot who it was who said that, what's his name? The Inspector Hosonaga looked like he was in jail. Because Ray is also wearing the same thing. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened.
The old-timey... I know, I love him.
Counsel.
Oh, counsel... Wait, this is a Japanese guy. I'll just... Dude. Counsel. We've just heard that the new witness is ready to testify. Where are you from? I'm from Texas. I'm from the Alamo. I have to give him a different voice. The trial's about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. I'm so sorry.
Did the Alamo happen yet?
I don't know, Father. What year is it?
Sometime between 1840 and 1920.
Just do the Charlie Brown voice. Diversity. Make it Welsh.
Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes! Ray's put her faith in me and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove what she's telling to the court is true. 1836, what, the Alamo? Okay, it happened. I have to prove what really happened that day.
"13th of August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom number 1.
Okay, so this guy, wait. He was judge voice with a very slight Japanese accent.
I hereby call this court into order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Manbami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh,
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the research, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jezile Brett's life.
excellent! I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. I was merely carrying out your instructions.
Simp! Simp! Ouchie's not Elmo.
It's Tickle Me Ouchie. Give me a tickle.
Ouchie is absolutely a Muppet.
I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so that it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man...
Oh, but judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And counsel, what were the results?
Miss dagger, which was cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere on the blade.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do we have the knife in evidence? Uh-oh.
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
How about your reputation instead?
Armed with a reagent, the test is extremely simple.
Well, let's start by asking, could it have just come off while you're poking it? I mean, blood is wet, right?
They couldn't have made a mistake.
Oh, now we have it. No trace of poison.
In short, the accused people excuse earlier.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna examine this.
Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think it's something else, Father.
Iris is top 5. Iris is top 1, thank you. Perhaps the pen? What, you think he was stabbed with the pen? There's no poison on the blade, yeah. Alright, let's see. Is there any secret compartment? Any hidden components? Why is it called a fountain pen if there's no fountain? It's a good question. The pen is mightier than the sword! That is a good point!
In short, the excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed.
I'm dead.
Now, the prosecution's ready to call the new witness.
The pen has a higher attack stat.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture the Judge. The newspaper reporter who's managed to capture the photo of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife.
But if that's really the case,
how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Well, gee, it's not like we had another poisoning case like a few months ago. Right, so here's the question. A special indicator solution for a new poison under development. It's been created in strict secrecy. Okay, so let me take a look at this. The smallest amount entering the body, either by a mouth or via a wound. Okay, so if you guys remember, in Jezile Brett's thingamabobber, her trial, the poison only works if you enter through a wound, not if you eat it. But in this case, either eating it or through a wound would work. So if you guys remember, there is a cup next to her. So if it didn't enter here, then it must have entered here. Right? So the question now becomes, how did they get the poison into the cup? Right? So rather than trying to say, oh, how could it have entered? There's only one choice. It would have been the mouth if it wasn't the wound. Unless she had a cavity and then she had to go to the dentist or something. The spoiler for the very first case of the last game. But, yeah, so it had to be here. So the question is, how did they get it in there? Why aren't crime scene photos colored? Look, they were doing their best at the time, okay? They tried their best. They didn't have color photography yet, okay? The iPhone 14 hadn't even come out yet. So now we're saying that the knife was a red herring? I mean, if Ray didn't use the knife and Ray didn't do the poison, then both things were administered by people who weren't Ray. If they were both administered by the same person, then it's that person. But if they were administered by different people, it's still not Ray. You're trying to help without outright spoiling. Thank you for being careful of spoilers. At the same time, be careful of help, because you'd be surprised how many spoilers are contained in help. So just be a little bit careful when you do that. But thank you. Yeah, but no need to. You could just enjoy the memes if you like. You don't concern yourself with helping. just be here to enjoy the memes. Okay, we got the writer who was filming, who was taking pictures.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Oh God, look at this guy. He has a pencil. I can't use my mouse because it's on the Switch. But he has a pencil in his hand, and a pencil in his ear, and he has a camera, and hold. He has an armband that seems to match something right here. If you know what I'm saying. So, and his initials are RM. So I'm just saying. 3 Smash Bros. Logos. Right, and many minimum of the Shoyu news. I'm what people like to call a journo.
What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist.
I'm where the news breaks, putting pen to paper and catching those scoops so that they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
Oh, so, was it you who took this photograph?
Well, what do we have here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourself, people! Many memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Very handsome. Incredibly handsome. Oh my goodness, what a manly specimen! Readers will lap this up. We'll set it all up with the full at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Ha ha! Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's
You're the one asking the questions, not him. Next, what made you want to be a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system. I suppose.
Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. Nobody asked, Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No, the readers won't buy that. Oh, rest in peace, Ouchie.
Witness!
Yes.
What this court demands to know is whether or not you are responsible for taking this picture.
He's the goat. You wouldn't be able to take those photos in SCOTUS unless you were very sneaky.
It was delivered anonymously to the police yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Some stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run, fast hand to write. It's no good if you don't note it down. I always say, that's what I call my many memoism.
Many memo is sir.
Yes, I remember your face now. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san.
Yeah, that's right. It was me, Many Memo again.
You were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News offices after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that English woman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Did cameras exist in the 1890s? I mean, cameras existed in... I don't know. Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen. That's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns.
I mean, that's like true of every era, so hate to break it to you, buddy.
Slow your tongue, young man! These are complex political issues at play! Huh. Well, anyway... Oh, look, another pencil! I quickly jotted down those words she said in my many memo pad.
He'd support Lou. I'm gonna avoid that topic.
Are you ready? I'll read it out. All right, here it goes. She said, in her words, I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Just like that.
He's lucky to not be in contempt. I mean, to be fair, like, all this yapping would probably get him, like, slapped with a fine or something.
A serious criminal going on some junket. These people need to know about this. Can we please talk about the current economic and political of the world? All they care about is Instagram and TikTok. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story, so I could hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph.
Oh, yes, I saw it with my very own Jezebel Journal. From start to finish through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
A reminder for everyone, that camera, those types of cameras, if I remember correctly, every time you take a picture, you have to change out the light bulb because the light bulb explodes. Right, like when you take a picture, the light bulb literally blows up. And you have to remove it. And he just wants more pictures of Spider-Man.
I write for the Rolling Stone sometimes too.
You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed in the events surrounding Miss Brett's deaths.
He's constantly replacing his broken pen. That's true. That is true. He could just materialize pens. Almost like Gregson can materialize fish and chips.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside.
So you were spying on two girls changing. Let the record show that this man was looking in on two girls in a changing room. Just let the record show. Just let the record show. Adrian Andrews can materialize glasses too. I'm not gonna say that, guy. I'm thinking it, though. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to collect. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Read screens, you say?
Right. You can see them clearly enough in the great shot that I snapped. The hut walls are just screens made of coarsely woven raids. Oh wait, so here's a question. Where do we have a picture of the hut? Like, isn't there like a covering in the hut, like a curtain? Maybe the curtain was open, so that's not exactly a contradiction, but. So he pushed aside the screen, he took a picture. Okay, and this is facing the beach. So he was on the other side of the hut, essentially. He was on the back, the opposite end of the curtain.
Yes, it allows breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat.
And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh, yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photo through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
He definitely doesn't sound like a person with a telescope that's pointed down.
Let's pretend you're not a creep for 2 seconds.
The tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many mammoism in a nutshell. Journalism is stalking as a job.
It would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling.
Truly an ouchie moment.
No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Where's your journalistic ethics, buddy? Are you trying to bury certain truths? Is it true that video games don't actually cause violence and you tried to bury the study?
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play that are yet to be understood.
Ha! More pathetic excuses!
Very well, counsel. Please proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye.
Yeah, look at these suspenders, aren't they beautiful? Ow, that hurt! Alright, so let's try to nail this guy. Okay, so if I was a defense attorney, the first thing I would do is just destroy his character. And I would start by pushing this one, which is like, oh yeah, you were looking at 2 young girls changing in a beach hut. That would get him thrown out immediately. Okay, the English woman was sitting on a stool arguing when the girl came in and started... Wait, sitting on a stool when a girl came in arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman on the floor. You know, somehow I believe she would be capable of doing that. His chest is covered in red marks, is it? What? Who? If video games caused violence, I must have been good. I pulled apart the rough weave of screens and let the lens through for the perfect shot. Wait, go back to smoldering no, here. My smoldering journalist spirit, quick as a flash, I whipped out your camera. Seconds later, the girl pulled the knife, throwing the English woman to the floor. Let's question his memory on this one.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that.
Yes, get more details.
I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut.
Ooh, gimme, baby, gimme.
Perhaps you can use it to explain to the court what you readily witnessed.
Right you are. It's here in my mini memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Unfortunately for the viewers, they don't speak Japanese, so we're gonna have to put this English word victim right here on the top.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
He just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. I have a belief, right? We never actually see Susato write in this book. I just think she just opens it and the text appears. It's like a magical book. It's gotta be. There's no way she has everything written down there.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. You can tell it's the evil student girl because I wrote culprit there. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing furiously.
How did this happen? How did they switch sides?
And in a flash, she plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
What you describe is a grim crime indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says.
Okay. By the way, Many Memo-san, whilst you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Generals have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our reason. Look, I'm not a French man. I'm Japanese, okay?
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last statement, expertly phrased statement, should be perhaps added to the formal testimony.
Father, are you doing my job for me because you think I'm incompetent?
I will grant the defense's request. Many memos on. You will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement.
Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism. Wait, what? But I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. And how interesting that I have a pen!
Objection!
Many memo. Until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. Oh, damn! Oh, damn! Let's go! Let's go, Susato! You're spot on there! The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. I thought politicians were honest. In a way, that's more many memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, counsel?
Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? I just realized he has an ink stain on his hand. Oh, dang. We totally got him. You're gonna use Ace Attorney to study for the bar exam? Don't do that. I got my Godot coffee, by the way. How's it going, Fivefold? You when you don't... I mean, to be fair, people didn't... I don't think people washed their hands very much in this era. Had germ theory even been invented yet? Okay, I gotta look it up. Guilty until proven innocent. Which of these are... like, the bar exam's gonna have something like, which of these can you not call to the stand? A witness? A dog? A parrot? The defendant? The answer is the defendant. He's not allowed to testify. Okay, germ theory. Germ theory was invented in the late... the basics were 1546, expanded on 1762. The work was extended by the end of the miasma theory, was struggling to compete with germ theory. Okay, so like modern germ theory looks like it was discovered... Viruses were initially discovered in the 1890s. Okay, because I remember there was an era where doctors didn't wash their hands. I'm just going to remind you of that. Japanifornia's bar exam. Oh no. Oh no. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM.
Yes! Thank you for bringing that up! The initials of the accused! Remember me!
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM?
Whoops.
Wright many memo.
That's horse tongue. Can't you see one of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user?
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand... Oh! Uh-oh! Also, I think in this era, pencils used lead instead of graphite, so he is literally poisoning himself right now. I don't know if that's true, but I'm fairly... I'm like 80% sure that they still use lead in this era. There's a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently.
Wait. This murder occurred 2 days ago. Which means he hasn't washed his hands in 2 days. Let's let that sink in. Just let it soak in.
Your favorite fountain pen, that is.
I mean, I'm pretty sure like people like used to take a bath like once a week.
Horse dung!
Manny Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Jezao Brett in the beach hut?
Objection!
What is this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse!
Oh. Exactly! Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because the pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel, will the defense show the court where the alleged clue lies?
Of course, Your Excellency. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, the matching initials. What a coincidence. Lead-based paint was used as an outer coating of pencils until the mid-1900s, but were never made from lead themselves. Okay, he's still poisoning himself. There's some sort of emblem here, look! Hey, Cappy! Yahoo! But it isn't a Yume University one! It must belong to some other organization. A business of some kind.
But then that pen doesn't belong to Ray.
As well as the initials, there's also an emblem of this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize. Manny Memo-san. You want to proudly show off that emblem again? Oh.
Goodness me! It's the emblem of Super Smash Bros. Melee!
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Oh, frickin' bars, baby! Let's go, Susato! Oh, god damn! Yo, frickin' fire! Well, Manny Memo-san, how do you respond?
Yeah.
Ah!
Order! Oh, order! Order! Explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. Okay, so let me get this straight. First, it's guilty until proven innocent. Then it's guilty until proven innocent, but also reject the evidence. I can't. How did you come up with that? How did you come up with this freaking argument? I've used nothing but honest tactics. All right then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before the grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Shoyu News reporter, on behalf of the Ow! That hurt. Conducted an interview with the English woman. An interview?
You never mentioned this!
When exactly was this? As I said, it was before the evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 hours. Wait, minutes. That's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as many memoists say, people who don't pay their dues are unworthy for news. Oh, you can publish that.
However insignificant you deem it to be, the court cannot overlook the meaning between yourself and the victim. You will testify under oath about the precise nature of the meeting and what transpired.
He did nothing wrong. Oh, we'll see about that. On one condition. You cannot make an ultimatum with the Supreme Court. It's literally testify or go to jail. Okay? There's no third option here. Ouchie got... Like I keep saying, Ouchie is actually the real victim of all of this. He is given cases that should never have gone to trial. Every single case, Ouchie and Pain, they are the real victims here. They are given cases that are incredibly poorly investigated by the police. They should have never gone to trial. None of the evidence matches. The police did a terrible job, and he's the one who has to prosecute them. Okay? I say this all the time. The Pain family is the real victim here. In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. Isn't the prosecutor the person who decides whether it goes to court or not? Okay, that is a good point. However, they're still misled by the police force. They're still being pretty misled by the police. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume. Soseki-san? Oh, yes. According to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves. It's not a harmless one. It's big. Many Memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Oh crap, he's gonna reveal my homework folder! I mean, what? Nothing. Is many Memoism a religion? Might as well be.
Very well.
Objection irrelevant? Objection relevance?
Objections have not been invented yet, streamer. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san, hiding something. It is true.
I did not write I am a cat. I was a ghostwriter.
Why is the perfume glass on the judge's counter? I have to check. You hate this guy? I hate this guy too. Oh, poor. Oh, Natsume's been through so much. He doesn't deserve this. Look at him. He's just adjusting his bow tie because he's trying his best. God, honestly, I really feel for Soseki Natsume, like the real Soseki Natsume. Like, he went to the United States. No, the United States. He went to Britain to study literature. He didn't speak the language very well, so he so he was forced to be alone. He didn't have enough money to afford a good place, so he lived in a very terrible apartment, which is actually true. It's consistent with the this game. He had terrible living conditions. He pretty much never went outside because he felt like he was an outsider. He like locked himself in, and just all he did was read books, and he didn't have enough money to really even afford food. So it's like he had a terrible existence in when he was in his exchange at UK. I sometimes think of it back to my time at Baltimore. Like, God, my time studying in Baltimore was the absolute worst. Like, I would never go outside. I was always afraid to go outside. Like, I would never walk down the street. I would pretty much just be stuck in my apartment the entire time on my computer doing research. It was like, oh my God. Yeah, so I really do feel for the guy. I studied in Baltimore. I spent several months in Baltimore doing research for a laboratory. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined. So I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal. And now he's trying to put the guilt on Miss... Oh, Soseki Natsume doesn't deserve any of this. He is a kind man who was abused by a journalist named Many Memo and Herlock Sholmes.
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness?
Where did
Herlock did everything wrong. He wasn't abused, he was harassed. That's like saying he wasn't stabbed, the knife was just inserted into his back.
And
when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
True, yeah.
He did. And that's not all, the woman gave a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. Oh, look, he's even wearing the sandals.
This is preposterous! Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before you gulag?
It was not even conversation. I did pose the wizarding English rules question. I don't deny. But she could no longer speak. She barely conscious. Counsel for the defense. I expect a thorough cross-examination. The court will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened? Mr. Natsume, what color is your bow tie?
Red.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor. It's not our responsibility. It is literally not our responsibility to question him right now. This is the judge is literally asking us for us to incriminate our own client. I can't. I expect you, defense, to incriminate your own client. Welcome to Japanifornia. This is Japanifornia beta. It hasn't been released yet. Okay, great. Watching secretly from outside, you saw the woman. Great. Fetch help. Writer man asked the question, but he didn't say anything about that. Alright, let's just ask. Let's just go here.
Hold it!
Soseki-san, are you trying to hide something?
Don't look at me like that.
Soseki-san! You must tell the court everything.
In truth, I've been catching crabs.
Right? He was chasing crabs. Honestly, my boy Soseki deserves that, right? He deserves a day of being silly and free. Oh, it's a crab! Just chasing after crabs. That sounds like fun. Look at him! He was just catching crabs and building sandcastles. Oh, my boy!
Catching crab and building castle in sand. Well, the sea is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man.
Don't you dare tell me that if you were at the beach, you wouldn't be building sandcastles. Okay, you frickin' judge.
But then, all of a sudden, from little beach hut, young girl panic cry, pelt for help, pierce air.
Ray.
I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find offended lean over collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Osanaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, she sprint off to get help. Then, just a moment, I hear a faint moan from dead English woman. I nearly jump out of skin.
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I ask her, who did this to you? Don't protract any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. What?
We can stay on the screen for a little while. Poor Soseki.
When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
That was how you felt last night. You doing better?
I will. I asked her who did this. She never replied.
But
Hold it!
doing better. I'm glad to hear that. So you tried to find out who the culprit was.
He who asks question is fool for a minute. He who does not ask question remain fool forever. Having been labeled criminal twice during time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up twice.
The first time was for killing the Green Lady. Was there a second time? What was the trial that came after Green Lady? That was Gina and Eggs Benedict, right? He wasn't involved in that case. We met Soseki and... Wait. We haven't seen it yet? Okay. Maybe there'll be a flashback at some point. Maybe he, what is it? It's something to do with the Gyaradev, I think, right? Whatever.
Better to be fool for a minute than remain fool in prison forever.
Soseki was gone after his first case of Gyaradev. Right. So something happened. Something else happened. I don't remember. I'll have to refresh my memory later. Soseki's real name was Sosegs. Okay.
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond.
I know why. I know why English women say nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stoop and mustache. Because I Japanese.
Damn. I forgot. This game is really racist. Right. Isn't what's his name? Isn't Van Zeek's like a raging racist too? He keeps calling people learned Nipponese. Oh dear. Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Hey, okay, you know what? If they racist, Soseki, we racist back. This was horrifying.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I cannot say I'm surprised at his xenophobia.
Honestly, I think the term xenophobia probably works for Soseki. I don't think he dislikes foreign people. I legitimately think he's learned to be afraid of them. Legitimately phobia. I think it is a legitimate phobia.
But the English woman didn't ignore you at all. Did you, Mr. Writerman?
Well, yes, she did respond in manner of speaking, I suppose.
Okay.
She lift trembling finger and point in direction of defend.
When was the last time that someone's death throes had anything to do with the actual killer? Yeah, oh yeah, she wrote her name in blood, yeah.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed at the defendant? Is that really true?
Not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first enter Beach Hut, English woman sprawl on floor before us, with student girl standing far side of her.
Oh, wait, hold on. Danganronpa 1, that was a very long time ago. Okay, so her finger. So she had to point with her left hand if her right hand was clutching the pen. And she was facing towards the door, or her head was at the door. Same thing here, her head seems to be at the door.
When I ask who did this to you, English woman.
Wait! So she was pointing back? Back that way? Which means she wasn't pointing She wasn't pointing here. She was pointing here. Oh, we got him. We got him. We freaking got him.
which was, cannot be denied, in direction of student girl who stand accused today.
No.
So, Seki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your testimony? Fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. But we've been speaking English this whole time.
Oh, localization.
Kuso!
When I admit something really important for no reason.
Oh! Sumonda! Sumo! English woman did point finger toward the back of hat. But I was trembling. She was trembling. Everything blur. And think about it. I feel as though she point slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slight. Very different direction to where student girls stand. Somewhere to back of hut, where no one stand at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim were pointing are both unclear?
Yes, unclear. Very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency! Surely this proves the matter.
Okay, so let me get this straight. He literally just said, I don't think she was pointing at the defendant. And Ouchie's like,
Well, that means she obviously was pointing at the defendant. The woman may barely have been conscious. And yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant.
Ouchie's trying really hard. Okay, let's give him a head pat.
Because the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It's abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed the crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
Ah! Slammed. The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers, hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page, we'll do it in an extra edition.
This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling, and trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Paul. That's true. He's also kind of like improvising here. I mean, I can imagine that every single legal battle has some level of improvisation. But once again, Ouchie is always misled by the police. Do I ever brainstorm? What do you mean brainstorm? Like, think about things? Sometimes I think. Wait, is that an insult to my intelligence? Do you ever think? Like, do you ever stop and think about, like, anything? That's true, he was lied to by his own witness as well.
Though the task may seem impossible, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in the detail, I'm confident we find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account on how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I had to say. As far as Mana thinking, the antidote pretended... Look! I knew it had something to do with the antidote, so I clicked the antidote first, and I didn't realize The verb needed to come before the noun, okay? Okay? Look, a proper sentence is noun, verb, noun. So I saw the noun. What about killing the miners? That one wasn't my fault. The PlayStation buttons are confusing. She suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with the knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty, but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered thus far, there must be an answer.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So the gallant yokel student's luck finally ran out. I can't say I'm surprised.
I'm just gonna point out, I solved that Danganronpa case before it even started. I just failed all the mini games, okay? Okay, I solved it. If this was an actual case, I would have solved it. But all the NPCs are too dumb to understand my genius.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my verdict.
He definitely just learned the word yokel. I definitely just learned the word yokel. I had to look up what yokel was after yesterday's stream. This is a crucial turning point. If I can't establish what happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? Wait, frick. Is this one of those cases where I don't know, but I can prove it? Or is it like, I do know?
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone the adjudication for the time being. I definitely failed in Danganronpa 2 in the letter scramble, though. The letter scramble, oh my god.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the courts with an alternative theory. The court, singular. Court, not courts. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory. None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed the crime.
What?
The victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger at the killer's direction.
This is fiction!
You're right, Ouchie. This is fiction. ED is one letter frickin' rain code. Oh! Hey, I solved the Junior Jumble puzzle.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaru Naruhodo. I said that wrong. You will present your latest theory to the court by the means of this plan. The moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was?
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. Does that mean I'm dumb? The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here!
Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
Oh my god. The culprit's the crab Soseki was chasing.
I will be eaten by the humans no more.
Order!
But student lawyer Naruhodo Esquire, make no sense. You've just pointed out the exact spot I was hiding.
Uh-oh!
I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about.
Oh, really? Uh-oh!
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that this is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. Wait, can we? Uh-oh, can we?
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You need to give more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from,
She was pointing toward me, but I didn't see anyone in that direction. He's wasted enough. How's it going, Vivi? Unfortunately, Many Memo did, in fact, do something wrong. I'm sorry. We cannot let him get away with it. I assume it's this, right? Because there's a hole. I assume this demonstrates that there was clearly a hole for someone to reach in and stab. Probably the photo. I was thinking so too. But it's such an obscure way of doing it.
Take that!
Well, I've presented it now. But I haven't had the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence. Oops! Maybe the other photo?
Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears out your theory on how the victim was stabbed.
Hey, I'm a Naruhodo, Your Excellency.
I think the word you're looking for was downfall.
If your theory is correct, the knife was thrust into the back from outside the hut. There should be a visible trace somewhere.
A literal hole in the wall is not a visible trace. There is a gaping hole in the wall. but there's no trace as to how the knife was. How far is the chair? It's literally right there. This is the chair. This is a circus. Yes, Father. I will try not to be a Naruto. Yeah, maybe it's the other photo.
Are you ready to not be dumb?
Are we suggesting it's this? Are we suggesting it's this? I guess we can see the chair and the hole right here, so...
Take that!
What are you saying? There's a hole in the wall?
I can't. I can't. She already... It's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Do you take us for fools? There's no such hint of anything!
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone at least appears to have noticed what I'm referring to.
Once again, I call you to be explicit. Where on this photograph is the trace of stabbing, which you claim to have taken place from the outside wall?
Really? Really now? Really now? This tiny little crack.
Take that!
By looking closely here. The screen on the back of the hut, as you can see, the effects of a blade having been forced through. How can you possibly... She's a genius, everyone! She's a genius!
No, I can't say such a thing!
It's true that the hut in question has 4 walls as you'd expect. Yeah, it's not a stabbing hole. It's just a peeping hole. However, by parting the reeds, a knife could easily penetrate them. For example, in this picture right here. Hate it. Hate it.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Oh. And everyone present at the scene there. There is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right, ten many Memo-san! It could only have been you!
No!
Objection!
The locked room conundrum keeps getting serious.
Next you're gonna tell me that they dropped a shot put in the library! This preposterous idea leaves me speechless! Look at the photograph! The victim almost lies in the center of the beach hut! Are we to assume that part of this farcical scenario? That the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
Of course not.
Wait, we're not? If you recall...
Oh, that's Ryutaro. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she sat on a stool on the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool.
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen. would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on the stool.
My word. So the victim was...
Killed while sitting on the stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. Looks like someone's going to jail. That would have been cool if you just threw it like a ninja, though. By your silence, Memo-san. I take it you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Remember, the right to remain silent means guilty. Man, our court is screwed up. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of the matter, which means the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan. What of my growth? My growth of hope.
It's okay, we'll send you some keeps later, Ouchie.
I can't accept this!
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude the proceeding up.
Okay. What do you have this time? Ha! This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, huh? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedoms to speak and branding them as criminals. To be fair, he's not wrong. To be fair, guilty until proven innocent is kind of the MO of the court. We've established that the victim was stabbed from the hut, outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in that place at the time to have the hand on the hilt. It's perfectly logical deduction.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, the trial's already shown that the whole thing hinges on something else! Oh my freaking god. Oh my. she died from a gunshot wound. And you shot a gun at her.
Well, actually, there were 2 gunshot wounds, so it must have been the other guy who shot a gun.
I cannot. I cannot. I can't. I can't. This guy is such a piece of crap. Is he playing us? He's trying to get us on the most technicality I've seen so far. Actually, there have been quite a few technicalities in these games.
Actually...
What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
Okay, let's think about this carefully. If he is the one who administered the poison... No, he has to be the one who administered the poison. There's no chance it wasn't him. So now the question we have to ask is, since he's the one who did it, how did he do it? There was no poison on the knife, which means the poison was in her drink, which means during the time that he was talking to her, he found a way to put the poison into the drink, which means that there needed to be a way. The pen! The pen is empty because he used it to transport the poison. And that's why he had to leave it at the scene. I mean, he could have taken it with him. No! Okay, so we have to ask. We have to ask this. Why was the pen even at the scene in the first place? The pen was at the scene because he took it out at some point, right? If it was in his pocket, it wouldn't just randomly fall out. He must have taken it out at some point and maybe dropped it or something. I don't know. But he took it out at some point, right? Why would he take out his pen, right, when he didn't get an answer from her? Well, he was like, you're a bad girl, and I'm gonna prove it. And she was all like, no, I'm not. And she was like, curses, foiled again. Something like that, right? He was trying to get dirt on her, right? He met with her, right? Because we proved that he met with her. So he was trying to say like, he was trying to reveal to people that she was a murderer, right? It's gotta be it.
You're a killer.
No.
Ah, you got me there.
So he has no reason to do that. But why would he take out his pen? He would take out his pen for another reason. If the pen had poison, he would use the pen to add poison to her drink. And then maybe he threw it away somewhere, right? But what we do know is he took out his pen at some point while he was talking with her. And if that was, then that means that was the only opportunity, right? If he put poison in her cup, it means he must have done it while he was meeting with her because he had to be inside the hut to do that. So he used the pen, which means we can prove that he is the killer if we can demonstrate that there is poison on his pen with the chemical reagent.
Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
Poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim.
And he did know about the poison. Very good. Natsume's just standing there, he's like,
Oh, I am a cat. That is correct. The unusual constriction, the contradiction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used.
are there no other poisons in the world that we know about currently that constrict pupils? Anyway, besides the point. I see. So, presumably that means the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. I will also say we can't actually prove what killed her. She could have died from the poison, she could have died from the stabbing. It's not obvious.
Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems likely, yes,
It was fentanyl.
if she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
See, I'm the greatest prosecutor in the world. I came up with all that myself. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely! It matters not a jot who stabbed a woman in the back with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the English woman's life was not taken by knife, but by poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, yokel. During these proceedings, the laboratory professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no poison.
Minus 20 health points. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, are... turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Wouldn't there have been poison in the blood had poison? Wouldn't there be poison if the blood had poison and the knife got it up? Dang, you're really going like trying to get him it is not guilty on a super technicality, are you?
But where does this leave us? How in that case did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Thank you for explaining that to the streamer. Have another look at the photograph. A bottle of carbonated water. Definitely not wine, because this game is rated PG. Was knocked onto the wall floor. The poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Murder is fine, but no alcohol. Is rated T for T. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Huh? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he... Oh, let me capture this with those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is.
It would seem that this trial is not destined to end after all.
No Baroque out wine. Does he call it wine?
It is non-alcoholic beverage.
That is true. He is pretty clever.
I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
Ah, that's great it is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. Oh, yeah, so hairy, well-groomed. Ooh, let me run my fingers through that. Yeah, ha-ha.
Oh, that feels good. I mean, you claim it to be impossible that you are the one responsible for administering the poison. You will explain to the court your testimony. In your testimony, the basis upon which you would make such a claim.
I don't think in the modern court system, and you guys can correct me if this is not true, I don't think the witnesses are allowed to make arguments. Right? They're only allowed to answer questions. You cannot say, why do you believe this? Because that's conjecture. I'm a general and a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many memoism. Ha-ha! For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? All right, here we go. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. And it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. I'm pretty sure conspiracy to murder. Is that conspiracy to murder? That's attempted murder, right? You're still gonna go to jail. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? That's a good question. That's a good question. Why would he stab the victim if he already poisoned her? You think Lotta is a fan of his? Yeah, I studied Manny Mammo back in school. A red herring? Maybe it's a red herring, but why would it matter? Maybe it has to do with the fact that the poison is like a government secret or something, wasn't it? Where is it? Yeah, this was, it's commissioned by the military, so maybe that's the reason, something like that. Yeah, to divert the fact that it was poison, something like that. Some sort of, it could be like a red herring or something like that. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the court weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice. So you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you're the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen? You can blame this miserable country of ours. I gotta say, you know, when the truth comes out, you always see people acknowledge part of the truth in order to escape from the whole truth. And I will say that it doesn't usually work. Right? So it goes from, I didn't stab her, to, yeah, I stabbed her, but it doesn't matter. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. Oh, she's so charming. Oh, how I wish I could have seen her eyes. Oh, her eyes must have been I'm sorry. What, am I projecting? I plunged the blade of sweet justice right there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was someone else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right. You guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. I'm not sure. Oh God, he's 40. Oh. Maybe you could have just said like, oh, she good job, girl. Oh. Oh. You're implicating Ray again. How old is Ray? Probably under 17. She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. Ow! And suddenly, snap. This journo is here off the hook.
The argument is sound, certainly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he meant it in that... Look, I'm trying to make him a creep because I hate him. Okay, just let me have this.
Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with it. It's all quite logical.
Oh, that's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you've seen the light. When I blame my crime on a random teen girl. That's true. We get a lot of this. We get a lot of... Actually, it's mostly Maya going to jail, okay? We get a lot of Maya going to jail. This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he gonna get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-san and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. They're probably gonna name like a defendant lobby after Maya. The Maya Fey defendant lobby. They'll never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well. Oh, that's the judge. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. Yeah, Raiten is a pretty evil character, and that's what makes him pretty interesting. I do agree, he's a very interesting character. One day Maya commits a... Honestly, at this point, Maya can commit any crime and the judge will say, like, yeah, it was clearly not you at this point. Like... Okay, I stabbed the woman, that proves you're innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? Okay, so you see, there is a classic legal saying. Never ask questions you don't know the answer to, what is it called? In cross, right? Because then they can answer something that you won't expect. Why would I? So let's press him on this particular statement.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing bracers like these. These are amazing suspenders. I bought them for 15 euros.
We're in Japan! An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. The crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel.
Wait, does Maya get arrested in Abu Dhabi? What? Anyway.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Dang, lots of people wanted her dead.
Do something evil and you got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You'll reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim.
Okay, that didn't get us anywhere. And that fact proves that you're innocent. It doesn't really get us anywhere. When I heard that the student girl, that pompous English murderer, it got your goat. What goat?
Hold it!
She gets arrested in Kurain. I'll say that's like the Middle East, maybe? Kurain? I don't know. It sounds maybe it's like maybe like a. No, it could be West Asia, maybe. I don't know. It's like Tibet. Oh, I see. What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba.
Right. But the English woman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt she would have simply been acquitted and sent back home a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You can see it. I really felt for her. Oh? Get him! Get him! Come on! Come on! Punch out! Ooh! I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray.
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it. That belongs. That right belongs to me.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Please. Listen, girl, you can call me by my name later, but not right now. You have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. This journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's filthy and rotten and black-hearted and bigoted and dirty and a dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. I really think this court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no reason whatsoever to entertain these accused remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defense to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Ooh, more testimony? Ooh, they were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. She did kill him with poison.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it should have been no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors of the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. Hey, that's true. I pestered Professor Mikoto. I say, please, let me see poison. I want to try. Does it taste good? Should I add to chicken or beef? But as I left, I searched top to tail. Miss Brett will rather bluntly reveal the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed so much of an interest, I feel unable to refuse.
Look at that. Like daddy, like daughter. Look at them.
Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. I have a singularly terrible experience with deadly poison.
Wait, did the green trial have poison? Who, you know, the woman, the green woman. No, she was stabbed, right? Was there poison in that trial? I'll have to go back and check. We haven't seen it yet? Oh, okay. Maybe we'll see it in a flashback later.
I want to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be at the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful, slender, lovely, pure, moist, smiling lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it in English, clearly. Actually.
Yes. Many memos-san. One small question if you don't mind.
Now's not the time. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy?
You were clearly outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote the article about what you heard.
These are dots.
Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Story published this morning in this morning's edition of the Storyu News. The details are too accurate for what has been written by anyone else.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, but man, is it hot in here. I am sweating. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I had said to Miss Brett, word for word. Oh God. Well, many memo-san. Evil women are always pretty. That is true, unfortunately. As a journal and a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many memoism. I mean, to be fair, that is a good thing and a bad thing. You know, actually, I'm just gonna rant about this for a second. Like, not revealing your sources when it comes to journalism is both a good thing and a bad thing, because it means that, one, you keep the people who are like whistleblowers or like people who like reveal things safe, right? So that, like, you know, powerful people can't come after them. But also it means that the people don't have to be accountable for anything. So the journalist can make something up if they wanted to. So it's like, it's both a good and a bad thing. So I never really know what the correct answer is. My compromise is always like statistical and academic claims should be made with the sources public. Like, for example, you should always know You should always have the authors who are publishing an academic paper, for example, so you can hold them accountable. I believe in that. But, so academics, statistics, and studies, I believe those you should hold people accountable. But like, this man is an evil man who did terrible things, maybe not. The source is I made it the fuck up. Father's clearly right about this. The reporter did write the article, and he based it on what he overheard, which is kind of stupid if you think about it. If you think about it, the fact that he published this article is the entire reason why we caught him. So that's what this was all about. Right. If you guys remember, or not remember, just a few moments ago. Where is it? The military would be dragged in. Which means, if it was revealed that that the poison got out, right? It wouldn't just be him going to jail. He would literally be a national criminal. He would like be an enemy to the entire state of Japan. So maybe he stabbed her to try to avoid that. It's like, oh, I better kill her with, if she's gonna die by the poison, I better kill her with the knife quickly. Otherwise, people are gonna realize I stole the poison and I'm gonna be in really, like, I'm gonna be like an international criminal or something like that. Maybe that's what he was going for. That's why you came up with the stinking story about me arguing with her. And it's traceable to an extent. And Japan is a country, not a state. I'm just gonna let you have that one. I'm just gonna let you have that one. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't matter. It doesn't alter the facts. And it's traceable. That is true. Maybe he didn't know that we could detect it. Your Excellency, there is something I want to say, and I want it to go on the record.
Very well. You may amend your formal testimony.
The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to stab them in person as well. Rumored to be commissioned by the military. Well, let's press him first.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you've even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. That's true. They could even trace the article back to him. You have a good point. How's it going, Robert? Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to be a good reason for that.
If I was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yes, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Yes, Ray talked to Brett and said, hey, guess what? The entire government's gonna come after you. Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation.
That's it! That's when Many Memo first found out the nature of the poison. That could be the key here.
If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, the logic sounds reasonable. But there's no question this man was responsible for Brett's murder. we need to think of a plausible explanation. I feel sure that everything will drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
I agree. And yes, information and stuff. Alright, we got him. I think we got him. Yes. What's up, Ray? Yes. There'd be no reason. Wait, what is this? Death report. Actually, there would be a reason!
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all this information for the newspaper article from what you overheard?
Is this a trick question?
Of course he did! There are no question! After all, when we are in laboratory together, all we were told was that it's terrible toxin.
And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to slip the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
How's it going, Matt?
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Benny Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found this an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison, even though I really, really wanted to press against. At which point, Benny Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in this newspaper article. Namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing.
Is anyone here going to talk about the fact that, a government is having a medical lab randomly develop a poison? No? Okay, sure. Why not?
None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for such a nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception. She would have used a knife.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered the unique poison to the victim was a lay person. A stupid person, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you. Wright and Many Memo! Let's go! It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day! It was you who administered it to the unwitting victim! But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake! Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable
I'm a journo!
As you listened from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison that, at that point, it was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through a reed screen.
Objection!
But what good would that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Man, he killed her, but he killed her in the wrong way, so he had to kill her faster. Now that's a murder.
Once in the blood, the poison causes onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without revealing any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected. That's right, no one even knew he was there. Dang, he screwed up. He screwed up bad, man. There was like a million different problems with that. Honestly, boy, let's be real here. In theory, if he hadn't sent this picture, he left his pen behind. Oh wait, if he hadn't sent this picture and he was competent enough to have taken the pen, he probably would have gotten away with it. Let's be real here. Let's be real. Really, the dropping of the pen was the most important thing. If he hadn't dropped his pen, I think he would have gotten away with it. This was an astronomical screw up. Dropping this pen here, that was a freaking astronomical screw up. Like, you cannot screw up more than that. Other than, you know, like taking a selfie with the dead body. Like, that's the only way you could screw up worse.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it to be too easily identified. So the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. So these people are not as stupid as they normally were. This is true, right? You know, I always say, the difference between intelligence and stupidity is a very small decision. I say that a lot. You guys might have never heard me say that because I just made it up. Yeah, so one thing I really believe is the difference between intelligence and stupidity is a very tiny decision, right? It's like, what is it? Some people say, like, the difference between a good decision and a bad decision is when you do it. It's the same idea. Yeah, so it's like the difference between intelligence and stupidity was this very small mistake of dropping his pen. Like, because he dropped his pen, he had completely screwed up everything.
The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument?
There are a number, yes! Yes! I play counter!
Objection!
He had to hit, exactly, he had to cover it, like, he had to go. He had to come up with something really fast. You could never be a murderer because you'd be the one type to drop your pen. I mean, fair. Just don't be a murderer. That's a good decision. Just don't be a murderer. The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much of the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot. Oh! Oh! He is clinging to lost hope. Damn! Susanoo, you didn't have to do him like that. Lost hope! Oh, he wants to go. He's still going. You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen?
I don't need a counter argument. What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Fine. Lots of theories. But I don't need a counter-argument. Because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it sound all plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. But surely it'd be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin. Indeed, all visitors are subject to stop and frisk. Even a thief. If a thief managed to avoid being seen, the police would stop and the police would frisk. How's that then? Blown the story wide open. See, I write in many memo, a mere reporter for the Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen the poison from the professor's laboratory! Ah!
Right, the type to say facts over feelings. Yeah, he's going. He's clinging to every possible thing. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit.
What's your point? You annoyingly handsome, hot, hunky, country bumpkin.
My point is, wait, did you call me handsome? Oh, thank you. Sorry. My point is, there's one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. You forgot to say minor.
I've had enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that the witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Oh? 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 That was really good voice. Oh, thank you.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
Fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens do seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time. Oh, they don't even know what fountain pens are! Yo, this is insane! Like, he could have, like, legitimately just, like, if he hadn't dropped the pen, he could have legitimately gotten away with it. The reagent would have worked too.
I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. No one would ever use a pen. Who would use a pen, stupid?
This forward-thinking man of words. I obviously love my fountain pen. suck up a soupçon of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it's always one critical mistake that goes from intelligent to absolutely stupid. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of a pen. Doesn't the ink generally need to be like specialized so that it doesn't like drip back down? I don't know, maybe the poison's viscous.
What does all this talk of sucking have?
One of the mini cases cut from the collection is Ouchie trying to sue Right, I think somebody mentioned that last time. And just as it's possible to suck up ink from the reservoir, it's possible to eject it through the nib.
Can this really be?
I mean, yes, you have to eject the ink in order to write. Well, many Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison through the nib and into the pen's reservoir! Ah!
Objection!
More siphoning! That never happened!
True. We heard there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted.
Dang. They saving face was so important that they didn't. Oh my god, man. I'm glad that Japanese culture would slowly get updated from this point, because it was definitely outdated in this era. You wish we got the side trials? I might try to find them later, but you know, we'll make sure we play the main game first. Our absolute Ace Attorney moment. What was that, Polly? What shouldn't we forget?
Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. Absolute cinema. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by many Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act while the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison into her glass.
Objection!
There could be a number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself in the exam, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir.
It was in the victim's hand. He's like, I wasn't looking there.
What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No. The pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I always claw my way back into the game.
I have plenty in reserve! Ah! You claim I sucked the poison in my pen? That's wild speculation and nothing more! If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again! It looks like he's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation now is very simple.
The pencil claw.
It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence.
No such evidence could possibly exist!
Many Memo-san. This is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past this point of speculation at this stage, I assure you!
Very well. I call upon the defense to prevent the aforementioned evidence.
This is it! This will be the final piece of the puzzle! You got this, Ryutaro! The defense can prove by means of this item that the witness's pen was used to steal the poison! Take that.
Take that!
Counsel, what is this bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids, developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by another method.
It's from Eugen's secret stash. It turns out, the poison is just whiskey. Or from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anyone could check for traces of the poison.
The reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Many Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond reasonable doubt. No. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
This isn't my fault! The Empire drove me to this! Drove me to a civilization I took upon and I fought tirelessly in the name of justice! Many Memoism! Many Memoism!
Susato, with me!
Oh, damn!
Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. I can't with this game. I can't with this stupid game. The
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib, it was clear to everyone present. But we're not going to animate it, because that costs money. Okay. His equivalent of Francisca being Larry. That is kind of true. When I was there in the lab, the poison. The devil got hold of me. And I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink into the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you awaited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Mini Mimo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did you poison Brett? They spent the entire budget on breakdowns. The breakdowns are great. And especially since this is more, is this considered CGI with the 3D models compared to the 2D sprites?
Then why did the English woman end up dead?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom. Evading justice by leaving the country. I told her that's what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism.
She's still physically beautiful. I try so hard to defend you, Jesiel Brett. I try so freaking hard. It's like every time she opens her mouth, she is more hateable.
Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What did you call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them.
If you tape her mouth shut, we're still okay.
Get out of here, you elf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from.
That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible. But I couldn't. Yeah, it sucks seeing people get away with injustice. It really does suck. But, you know, that's the reality of a practical world, right? Nothing is perfect. My sister got away all the time.
I remember my sister, when I was younger and I was like 8 and my sister was 11, and then my parents always told me to not say bad words, and then my sister would always call me a bitch, and then I would say, Dad, my sister called me a bitch, and then she said, I didn't, you just said it. And she would try to get me in trouble. She would just get away with it. Now, obviously, murder is a little bit worse than being called a bitch. But, you know, if you feel the same way, it's like, oh, she got away with breaking the rules. Except in this case, the rules are the government, and she just gets away with it. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. You see, Many Memo, I could almost respect you for this. Right, I could almost respect you for you believe that there was no justice, so you were forced to put justice into your own hands. Where I cannot accept is that you tried to pin the crime on someone else. That's where I cannot accept it. If you want to say you were here for vigilante justice, and because she was going to get away with such a heinous problem, and clearly it was an injustice and you needed to take it, you felt compelled to take it into your own hands, I can accept all that. Not saying I agree with you, not saying I support it, but at the very least I can understand it. What I cannot accept is that you attempted to pin it on a young girl who had her entire life ahead of her. That's what I cannot accept. You were 40. You have, like, what, 15 years left to live? You go to jail, so what? This girl goes to jail, you ruin her entire life. I could have supported you, but I can't because of that. Well, not support, you know what I mean. I'd like to ask you something. Yes. You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Man. This is a bit too topical, isn't it? Of all people, a journalist saying that, that's dark. Sorry? He probably attempted to publish it, and then his editors struck him down. After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Hey! Judge, let him speak. Let him cook, okay? Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should have never come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to set sail away from the sunset into the sunset of free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan, Some deal that may have been alluded to from the first game at the very end when they set things in Japanese Morse code. What sort of deal? Yeah, the judge isn't safe. From what I understand, isn't this judge pretty high ranking? So even he probably knows some details that he doesn't want to get out, right? National secrets and all. I'd done my research. Took up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore up the article.
He came under pressure of the government, you mean?
He's high ranking, but ultimately a puppet. I mean, that's how most people are, right? No, but thanks for watching for spoilers. Yeah, I don't know what that means, so I'll just let that seep into the crevices of my mind. But yeah, but thank you for watching for the spoilers. But thank you for catching that before the spoiler became an actual spoiler, if you know what I mean. If our government is going to let criminals walk free, they're going to crush the free press. Then what choice do I have but to see justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Memi Memo-san, that you committed the murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jezail Brett. Okay, he's a little bit better than Jezail Brett. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. You like watching people with an evil smile? Thank you for looking out for me. Yeah, just be careful of the spoilers, Raph. Yeah, there have been a few times where people have said no spoilers, and luckily I'm dumb and I didn't pick up on them, but, you know, just be careful next time. I suppose.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in the trial at last. Counsel for the defense. Ryutaru Naruhodo.
Oh, that's me. Hi. The execution. I don't think they're going to execute him, right? Is that what you mean? Yeah. I'm sorry. Hi. Yeah. Your Excellency. I was just musing about in a manly way here. Oh yeah. Look at these muscles. Yeah, I'm so manly. Believe it. Yeah. Yo, I'm Ryutaro. Yo, what's up, dawg? I like to imagine that's how Susato imagines men. Oh, like his idea. Yeah. Like his idea was good. Well, it wasn't good, but his idea was at the very least understandable. But his execution, like, you can't, if you believe in justice, you can't pin it on, you cannot use injustice to bring about justice.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court.
It was an excellent performance,
little lady.
Ma'am. I mean, sir. Wait, did you know all along?
No, what are you talking about? In truth, it very much reminds me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, now Ryunosuke?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
That is true. In this particular court, in this Japanese court, both cases that we've had, the lawyers were not lawyers. I mean, I don't know how this system works. Are you required to have a lawyer? In America, you're not actually required to have a lawyer, but you have a right to have one.
So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts?
Hold. Wait, hold! Prosecutor Ouchie.
I, Taketsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth. Not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living...
This game is rated T for teen!
Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Ouchieism.
No, you like Ouchie is ever as much of a like. Can I actually don't know what to say. Ouchieism.
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
Sprig of my tough time, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever.
Dum dum. I hate this game. Truly a tragedy today in this courtroom.
Now, in regard to the defendant, remember me, son.
A moment of silence. Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict, and hereby find you.
Oh, do we get fireworks? No fireworks in Japan.
Court is adjourned.
Have they been using the same gavel sound for the past, like, 7 games? "13th of August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber, number 3. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest. That makes me think of my throb is chesting from Danganronpa. It's all I can do to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility. Such a great burden to bear. Don't they? Naruhodo-san. Susato! Susato! Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no. I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of... Oh, look at her smile! Oh, look at this adorable little cutie patootie. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say the congratulations belongs to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish! Quit being a tsundere! What do you think of Gina? Gina is adorable. I love her. We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. Throw caution. I don't know. Hearing Ray say swagger is weird. Caution to the I'm the great defense lawyer Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. I'm not playing with my hair. Right. I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. Anyway, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. I love beating men up. Yes. It was satisfying. That's why I beat up Naruhodo. It really was. Isn't there anyone else who can throw together? Oh no.
I'm in danger. I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
No, of course not. There it is at last. Ray's lovely, beautiful, endearing, heartfelt, warm, amazing smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Who's your favorite? Gina? Gina is great. But, I mean, Iris is the best. Iris will always be the best. She's a little gremlin. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro. I shan't miss him in a way. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see you again. What a terrible shame. Oh my god. The fan fiction writers are going crazy. They had no idea. What is happening? Ah, Sasaki-san. Inspector Hosanaga! I hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
I had to change my appearance, well, for obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba.
So dashing, so divine. No. Doubly dashing, and yes, and doubly divine! Just look at you! no idea. Miss Susato, Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san's Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding, Ace Attorney!
Poor Soseki-san. So confused.
Look at him.
I remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. One extraordinary conundrum. It was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled.
That must suck, being in jail in another country that you cannot understand the language of. Like, if I remember correctly, he was complaining that English was way too complicated, which, to be fair, compared to Japanese, which is very methodical, English is kind of complicated.
Look! Show!
But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan.
Oh, I saw Garadeb there in the jury.
And now he has seemed to earn himself great fame as a cat.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. And I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau who came up with Mr. Turtle.
He actually thinks Mr. Turtle is a good disguise.
I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime one. I hope.
Ray in the background.
I hope not. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
Stupid disguise.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter
Of La Carnival.
And he got beaten up for us. Yeah.
and then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe.
And the Japanese man who spoke Russian. Rest in peace, Kazuma.
No, it didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit I have mixed feelings about all this. Excuse me. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. Ah. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Oh, yes. English doctor she killed, as I understand. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally.
Right, it was his friend. And he invited him and then he killed. That must be... You must have some guilt on him. He must be feeling guilty, man.
The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we will probably never know the answer, except until the end of the game, where everything will be revealed and somehow every single thing will be connected together.
Why was there a random Irishman who was very short defending his Lucky Charms? We will only find out at the end of the game.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes. The great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course.
If you guys remember, Herlock Sholmes actually sucks as a detective. The only reason he's famous is because his partner, Mr. Wilson, writes amazing books about it. Both these games were originally one. Wait, did both these games originally were one single game?
My arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes... Herlock's actually a genius? You're lying. You are 100% lying. The detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? I can't believe that's a coincidence. I think the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. Oh, he had too many ideas? I mean, that's great. You know, having more cases. If that's really true. Oh, Iris! This girl deserves my love and affection. I will hold this child and never let her go. And then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. Didn't she, like, she never even knew her father.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, Grandma told me about... Wait! Okay, so Kazuma doesn't have any parents. Susato doesn't have her mother. I don't know what happened to her mother. My guess is childbirth. She died in childbirth, probably. Kazuma, I think he lost both his parents. If I remember correctly, he was an orphan, so he was adopted by Mikotoba, I think. I think that's what we established. I have no idea about Ryunosuke. Iris doesn't have a dad, and as far as I know, she doesn't have a mom either. Dang, why are so many kids parentless? Well, this is more than 100 years ago. It does kind of make sense. Ace Attorney has so many orphans. Yeah, they have, dang, man. Mikotoba didn't adopt him, but raised him. So, like, kind of adopted him. You know what I mean.
Returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at Imperial Yume University. But I also serve as another role, an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
His wife died in childbirth, yeah. It's not surprising. If she doesn't have a mom, she lived with her grandma, but she was born. It's like childbirth. Okay, not to freak out the ladies. I don't think ladies nowadays realize how lucky they are to live in this era. It's like, back in the day, if you had childbirth complications, you just died. That was it. You just died. Yeah. Nowadays, we have all these medical procedures to ensure that the baby comes out safely. But back in the day, when there was a problem with childbirth, oh, you're just dead. Bye. And usually the child goes with them. So then the father loses a wife and a child. And yeah, so I don't think people realize how lucky they are to live in this era. I mean, women, because I'm talking about childbirth, but, people in general there are all sorts of things that people take for granted nowadays. I was aware of that as well. Infant mortality rates back then were more than 1 in 3, really? That's crazy. In that case,
I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
could you just tell me one thing?
Why did you summon me back to Japan? Ooh.
That is a good question. I thought you were dead. I thought you were going to... Oh, yes, I summoned you back, but it was a 3-day cold. So you recovered while I was still 47 days away? Yes. It's been 2 months now since I returned. when I left England, it was because of an urgent telegram. It said that you collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. Ryunosuke and Susato are the only family that Phoenix... Wait, so it's actually confirmed that Ryunosuke and Susato are ancestors of Phoenix? Right? So it's confirmed that they had children. Oh, interesting. It said that you collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. It's not canon? Susato isn't related to Phoenix canonically? Oh, okay. Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know. Because after that long sea voyage, I find you in fine health, father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived mighty inconvenient and might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? Yeah, I know Phoenix and Ryunosuke, Ouchie and Pain, those ones are obvious. Because those are the Japanese, those are the Japanese variations, because Phoenix's name is literally Naruhodo in Japanese. That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato?
That or Ryunosuke.
I'm sorry, my dear. I simply Ah, let me go!
Oh, it's him. Many memos-san. What's up? You enjoying prison? So one throw wasn't enough for you.
I got one last question to say before they take me away, Professor.
Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student?
No, not her! The student of law who left for Great Britain.
He thinks that
Professor Mikotoba killed him? Hold, what?
he must mean Kazuma. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made a thing.
They never made that public? An exchange student in international waters dying at that's a pretty big deal.
That he died on the steamship. And that he'll know.
I got my eye on Judge here. He was trying to cover up something.
I didn't expect to find him here. What were your officers playing at?
Yeah, I'm terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
Are you the one from Texas?
Yeah. I'm gonna get him.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen. And it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. And I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency. Hi, I'm Professor Mikotoba's daughter. My name is Susato. It's so nice to meet you.
The trial's over. I'm not your excellency anymore. I'm merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I last saw you, you have seem to have taken more and more of a dashing.
I knew he knew it! I knew he knew it from the beginning! I totally knew he knew it. Usually the judge is kind of old and stupid and senile in the Phoenix Wright games. In this game, they clearly made this judge a little bit, like, smarter than he appears. I've been picking up on this. This judge seems a little bit smarter than the senile judges of the Phoenix Wright games.
Susato.
Did you know all along, from the start of the trial? I'm very manly. He already learned the Susato takedown.
A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on the case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Right, because now Brett is dead. Ouchie knew too, but he just didn't care because he wanted to beat a Naruhodo. Maybe. Oh, yeah, maybe he learned it from her father. Wait, it's not the Mikotoba takedown, it's the Susato takedown, right? So it's hers, right? It's her. It was inspired by Mikotoba's style of old. Before you go, father.
Sorry, my dear. We have to return to our earlier conversation and
He is avoiding the question? He is avoiding the frickin' question? Okay, Dad. I see your game. Okay, we gonna get the truth out of you. Gina, take his pockets. Iris, get the gun. We're going to investigate my father.
But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm going to England, and I'm coming back with a little girl's bazooka.
Oh, what do you think of my Seishiro sling?
He has one too.
It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that.
This game's so dumb. Whatever could father be hiding from me about Jezal Brett? Dr. Wilson. And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma. I'm gonna have to bring this up with father sometime. And when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san, Esquires. Could I have a word?
Oh, yes. Hi, Soseki-san. Can I get your autograph on this book?
Oh, you want the book?
No, my cat.
I think perhaps it could be fate that we meet again now like this. You see, there is something I need to tell you.
Oh? I just gotta say, Soseki has very luscious eyebrows. Like, look at that. Those are like, dang, that could be like those are like freaking... You could clean the dust out of a fireplace with those eyebrows.
I believe it may be the reason related to the reason why your father summoned you back to England. From England.
Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
As you know, my time in England, terrible. Curse! I have no doubt. You see, every day I look over my shoulder, I see a vampire prosecutor. He is coming for me. The curse of the Reaper! Such awful thing I'm embroiled in. Thank goodness. Locum student Naruhodo Esquire. Step in. After secure my freedom, I could not wait to get on ship back to homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submit a report of my experience to Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Oh, he's a student in theory, right? How old is he right now? I don't know. Like, somebody said he was 30, right? 30. That's reasonable for a student, I think.
Next thing I know, I had visitor. Your father, Professor Mikotoba. He want to ask all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with particular part of report. Anyway, he eventually left, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was very next day, he sent telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in.
I don't know exactly. But do you remember them? Two terrible cases I was caught up in.
Of course, I could never forget.
Father seemed to concern himself with second case.
The second one? You mean...
The one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us about talking in public.
Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
I don't care. I don't have to listen to what dastardly detectives say.
Anyway, point is, same case somehow hold key to all curious unanswered questions. Horrific, hideous, heinous case of haunted lodging.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was the only start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
Oh,
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
No! That's the end! No!
will Rei Membami ever see the love of her life again? Find out next time.
Yay! We did it! Oh, that was a good case. That was a really good case, actually, now that I think about it. That was like a super good case. But looks like we're returning to England next time. I'm super excited. The next case has your least favorite character. I too hate Herlock Sholmes. He is probably the worst character. I agree. Gregson's cool though.
Meh. Look, I'm gonna eat my fish and chips right now, okay? Look, listen, Sherlock Holmes, I'm eating my fish and chips. I'm munching here. Why don't you get out of my way?
Oh man, I'm looking forward to Gregson. I'm looking forward to Iris. We shall not say. Yeah. Try not to drop too many names. You voice him when your brothers play it, and it kills your voice.
All right, look, listen here. Gregson kind of looks like Luigi from the Mario Brothers, doesn't he?
Yeah, at first when I saw him, I was like, wait, is that Luigi? Jigoku? Oh, you mean the judge? Yeah, someone did drop Jigoku before we knew him. I don't think they dropped anything important, but yeah, Jigoku was mentioned. But yeah, that was a good case. I really liked that case. That case was super fun. And I think that was a super nice introduction. Because like, you know, if you guys remember, one of the cases that I did like a lot was the very first case of the third Phoenix Wright game, because you were playing as Mia Fey. I thought that one was really cool. And then everyone loved playing as Edgeworth. Yeah, the name drop was a little bit spoilery. That's true. The Skulkins, that is true. The Skulkins are clearly Mario and Luigi. That is true. You gotta go. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today, Kioma. Yeah, we're gonna stream again on Tuesday. So yeah, I can't wait for that. We'll probably what is Tuesday? Tuesday's the 11th. Yeah, so yeah, we'll probably stream on Tuesday. We'll probably have some interesting stuff going on. You don't have college. Perfect. Yeah, we're going to do that. I think, you know, after one of the cases, we might do like a one-off just chatting stream where, you know, we'll just talk about what's going on in the current state of video games and, you know, the current state of the culture and stuff. Yeah, but it was a lot of fun today. There were quite a few people who were super excited about the stream, and I'm really excited about that too. You'll watch if it's not during Major Shepherd. I have no idea who Major Shepherd is, to be honest. I'm not very in tune with streamers and who's streaming and what's going on, but yeah, thanks so much for hanging out. You loved that you got to play as Susato? Yeah, I was so happy when we got to play as Susato, even if it was Ryutaro. I need to find your article. Oh, are you presenting an article? See you later, Mystery. You always try to show up for the Great Ace Attorney. These are your favorite. I do like these. After this, I don't know what we'll... By the way, after this game, I don't know what we do, but I really also want to play... what is it? The psychologist comes to town, and Maya is still stupid. I still don't remember the names. The Spirit of Destiny and the something and something else. General Psychology. Oh, I see. Make sure you research that. Make sure you get to that. Dual Destinies is Psychology. Spirit of Justice is fine. I'm so excited to see Maya. Oh, I wonder what Pearl is like. I wonder if we'll run into Pearl. She should be like in high school, I think. Right? It's like 6 or 7 years? Is it 7 years? I forgot how many years Phoenix has been out of practice. But she should be in like high school, I think. Pearl is about Trucy's age. Oh, dang, she's in high school. Wait, also, apparently Trucy goes to school, but not really. She goes to school, but she never actually goes to school because she's always just hanging out with Apollo. Yeah, who was that guy? Who was the guy who was the panty thief? Right, do you guys remember who I'm talking about? The one who kept stealing people's panties in the name of science? The Harvard-educated man. I forgot what his name was. Stickler! Freaking Stickler! Oh, God. He steals panties in the name of science. Frickin' Stickler. Wait, wasn't that in the... That was in the ramen case, right? Yeah, that was in the ramen case. With Taki 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 and Mina Mina Mina, I think. Or at least those were their Japanese names. Spirit of Justice is a bit mid. I know people who really love it. It does have one of your favorite characters. Okay. Which Ace Attorney character would I say I kin the most? That's hard. Like is different from kin. Okay, it'd have to be a dumb character because I'm not very smart. I want to look up list of Ace Attorney characters, but that may also spoil me. So... Larry old bag. Get out of here. Do you know who? Do you know who I kind of can understand a lot? Emma Skye. I can totally get her. Because when she was 16, she was super excited for science. And then she tried to join the police force. And then she failed her exam. And she was like, you know what? Life sucks. I totally get her. Hey, how's it going, Slim? Welcome back. Yeah, I totally get her. It's not Emma from 16, and it's not Emma at the, I think she's 24 in the other one. It's not Emma at 16, and it's not Emma at 24. It's the fact that from 16 to 24, she went through all this crap, and she's like, you know what? She went from happy, wide-eyed, 16, innocent little girl to, man, the world sucks. Maya and Athena. I haven't met Athena yet. I hear a lot of people like her because she's very spunky. She's spunky and peppy. Yeah, so I'll have to figure her out. Right, but she became a detective. She just wasn't in the specific, like, forensic investigation squad or something like that. She was a detective. You think she ever worked under Gumshoe? Justice for Emma. Yeah, like she kind of gave up on her forensic dream when she became a detective. She just like does whatever now. Yeah, I know we probably won't run into what's her name, Lana. Oh man, I love Lana. You're right, she sneaks into the forensics team and like just steals their stuff. I remember that. Or like she gets like orders and then she just disobeys them. Like she does a lot of under the table stuff. Yeah, but yeah, Emma's definitely one I really understand. Who else? Penny. I totally get Penny. Do you guys remember Penny from Case 3 of Ace Attorney 1? She's just the wholesome girl who likes trading cards. She's just a person who doesn't want to cause her boss trouble. She just wants to trade trading cards. You like Clavier because you like Apollo. Yeah, Penny, I totally get. I totally get Lotto's frustrations with the media. I totally get, what's his name? Who's the actor? Who's the actor? Wilt? Or is it Will? Will Powers? Will Powers? Is that his name? I totally get him and it's just terrible luck. Like, he's just always unlucky. Just a reminder for everyone, Will Powers is the Pink Princess. Just a reminder for you all. Just a quick reminder. Will Powers is the Pink Princess. At least Edgeworth's a fan. That is true. I think Edgeworth does know him. You know, speaking of which, why is Phoenix so poor? Why is Phoenix so freaking poor? He has really really high-end clients. A world-famous actor, Will Powers, right? Literally he eventually became like the chief prosecutor, Edgeworth. I assume he became the chief prosecutor. He had like a really high-ranking office in like case 5 of number 1, right? He had a really good office. So it's like, if he wasn't chief prosecutor, he was like really high-ranking prosecutor, Edgeworth. Who else? Okay, case 1 and case 2 didn't really pay him that much in Ace Attorney. Then I need to remember. Phoenix, Wright, cases in order. Okay, so I said in order, so then that way I don't accidentally spoil myself. But in Justice for All, he was defending Maggie Bird, who wasn't that rich, but... And then he was defending Maya again. Maybe Trucy's hobby is expensive. I mean, she does have a lot... I mean, doesn't she make money? Right, then he defended Max Galactica, probably the biggest up-and-coming magician. Doesn't he get paid like way more than anyone else at the circus? That was a kind of a creeper case. Although I do somewhat defend Ben. He's creepy, but he's not as creepy as most people think he is because there's a cultural difference there that isn't. But it's still creepy, but it's not as creepy as like now. Oh wait, now this makes me look like I'm trying to defend a creep. You know what? Just never mind. Then Matt Ungard, another incredibly high-ranking actor. Then Ron Delight, incredibly rich man. Then who else was that? Right, Terry was not... Right, Terry was Mia. Yeah, he's defended quite a few incredibly rich people. Ron Delight paid his wife, not Nick. And then he was disbarred for 7... I mean, but even when he was practicing, he was broke AF. Why? Did, like, no one pay him? Did he get paid in exposure? Oh, God. Maya spent it all on burgers. Not to mention, for the most part, what was it? Yeah, not to mention, what was it? What was it? Like, not to mention, for the most part, what is it? He pretty much has a undefeated record, with the exception of that one particular case. Maybe courtroom confetti. That is a good point. Courtroom confetti is probably very expensive. I mean, what about Phoenix Wright? Well, no, not Phoenix Wright. What about Apollo Justice? Okay. His first real client was Taki Taki Taki, or Waki Kitaki, which was literally the richest, one of the richest mafia boss's son. Okay. Then he defended Machi Tobae, who was like a world famous up and coming pianist. And then, oh, to be fair, Vera Misham was broke. You heading out, Kiyoma? You have a great night. True, she doesn't steal, she makes it disappear. She puts it in her panties and it never comes out. Most of Apollo's clients were involved in shit. They could still pay him, come on! Apollo should have accepted the position to be the mafia's lawyer. Okay, let's be real here. If you want to be practical, he should have accepted Waki Kitaki, or the Kitaki clan's head. What is it? Big boss, or whatever his name was. He should have accepted their position. He should have absolutely accepted the position. He gets paid with protection from the mob. Okay, I was gonna say, to be fair, that's pretty good. But now that I think about it, that sounds like extortion. Yeah, we protect you. So you gonna give us your services, right? After all, we wouldn't want us to not be there when you had a little accident, right? Too many step ladders. Look, I get it. You take a walk in the park sometimes. You want to make sure you're safe in that park, right? And why don't you provide us with the services and we'll give you a little protection in case you slip and fall. You found yourself relating to Ryunosuke? Yeah, I too relate to dumb people. Yeah, all the dumbness I too relate to. For Ryunosuke, the only time he had a rich client, he didn't even take the money. That is true! He should have accepted the payment from frickin' McGilded. I swear to God, he is so dumb. He literally said, defend me and I will set you up for life. He literally could have been one of like the top 10 richest people in the world. Like legit. Yeah, Natsume kind of makes sense. He did it pro bono because he wanted to help his fellow countrymen. Gina, he did pro bono because Gina's a good girl and she deserves love and love and all happiness. But McGilded, okay, his job is to defend McGilded, okay? His job as a defense attorney is to give him a fair trial, okay? It doesn't matter, oh, he's a corrupt guy. You did a good defense. The prosecution screwed up. They couldn't arrest the guy. Let the Reaper do his thing. It's no big deal. Just take his money and go. Lots of stuff gets wasted in Ace Attorney. Coffee? Does coffee get wasted? I don't remember coffee. I do remember coffee. No. Absolutely a lot of coffee gets wasted. Wine gets wasted like hell. Quality whippings. Yeah, and I cannot believe they punished him after, at first, McGilded was proven not guilty, and then they punished him for using the fact that McGilded may have been guilty. That's not his fault, right? Like I am a legitimate believer in practical law. Like, I am a believer that the job of the defense is to give a fair trial, right? It's not their job to convict their own client. Right, and that is something that I feel like, you know, a lot of the, this is it's actually a point that the game makes a lot. Like, what are the extents of what a lawyer should do? Should they defend someone even if they're guilty? And Miles Edgeworth actually talks about this when he's defending what's his name, the actor dude, Matt Engard. He actually does say, well, it doesn't matter if you're innocent or guilty. The first thing you do as a lawyer is it's your job to ensure there's a fair trial. If you believe there's a fair trial, you still have to do your job, right? Even if you don't like the guy, right? So you know, I actually really respect that statement by Edgeworth. And so I think, you know, they actually do talk about that a little bit. And so, yeah, so like this game does question a lot. Like, is it okay to defend someone who's guilty? Personally, I don't think, not personally, but I believe, I guess that is personally, I believe there's nothing wrong with defending someone who is guilty because they deserve a fair trial, right? I think the problem is when you falsify evidence, right? Obviously that's wrong, but you have every right to defend them with the facts of the case, right? If somebody steals a chocolate bar, you have the right to say, like, oh, this person felt like he had to steal the chocolate bar because he felt like he was being exploited by the store or something like that, right? That's not an excuse, but that is a reasonable defense that might lower your sentence depending on the situation you're in, right? There is absolutely no problem with defending, you know, a person who you think is guilty as long as you attempt to do it in a honest and truthful way, right? Now, some people are not honest and truthful, and so they do sneaky things, and that's how lawyers get their reputations. But a lot of lawyers, you know, the famous cases are the ones with terrible, sneaky lawyers, right? But the reality is most lawyers just want what's best for their client. The reality is most lawyers, they just, their job is to defend their client, right? And there are lots of ways to do that. But, you know, I remember, what's his name? McGilded. In the case of McGilded, like, Ryunosuke at the end was almost actively trying to convict his own client, which I think is inappropriate. I think that's inappropriate. Like, he thought it was correct because he was like, oh yeah, I have to reveal the truth. But the thing is, your job is to advocate for your client. That's your job. And if you are incapable of advocating for your client, you can't claim that it's a fair trial, right? Because like if the defense could just decide, oh, you know what, I'm going to try to declare him guilty, then we could not trust the legal system to treat people fairly, right? Because then we can get away with like, okay, I'm going to give you a lawyer who's going to try to defend you, but in reality, he's also part of the prosecution, and now there's multiple people. In fact, even your own defense isn't trying to defend you. So there's absolutely situations like that, which is why the defense must advocate for their client and nothing else. Now, they can do it in the way that they think, and maybe him and the client don't necessarily agree. That is also true. Ryunosuke was like, I'm an English major, man. What do you want me to do with law? That's a good point. That was Ryunosuke's very first case, and he didn't know anything about law. So, you know, I do believe Ryunosuke was in the wrong for trying to convict McGilded. At the same time, I also acknowledge he didn't know anything about law. So, he kind of has a little bit of an excuse as well. My conclusion is poor Gina. Poor Gina. I mean, according to the, I kind of find it really funny that Gina, you know, in the Sherlock Holmes books, Sherlock Holmes. In the Sherlock Holmes books, Lestrade is actually an investigator. First of all, it's a dude, and second of all, he's like a rival investigator to Sherlock Holmes. Like not like a rival, but he works for the police system, and like he's like really good, and like he assists Holmes sometimes, but like in this game, nope, it's just a little orphan rat. Little urchin. Anyway, I better get going. I need to get some dinner. I need to record some things. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. Yeah, I'm gonna head out. Thanks so much, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. If you have any questions for me, I'll see you all next time.